meeting to order. Any items from the public? Yes, sir, Mr. Conn.
Thank you. I know I'm on the agenda later, but this is a different issue. So one thing just in passing. I see that one of your county employees, Carla, is going to be retiring, and I learned this morning she's going to have a service of over 33 years, which I find remarkable since I was 33 once, actually twice.
I don't remember when I was 30.
Well, Alzheimer's is a wonderful disease. You can find your own Easter egg.
Yeah.
One thing I did want to mention is I think of importance. I talked to the council before about the as with the COVID situation. And as you know, the governor received over a $1.25 billion federal grant. And we were asking for that and other issues to have a special session of the legislature. The governor refused to do so. He had the authority to do that, and he refused. But under the Constitution, the legislature could call a special session. And with some work and some effort, we got it takes 60% of both chambers to do that. We got over 60 out of 100 in the House of Delegates and did in the Senate. My concern at this point, though I won't be there in the ongoing upcoming of the legislature, I still think, I just mentioned this because I think it should be noted, that we still need to have the current law, which existed before the current governor, changed, that gives him unlimited authority as far as the extent and time duration of his emergency decrees. There really needs to be some legislation on that issue. I'm very much concerned about it. I look for it to be a priority issue in the legislature.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? All right, need a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion on the floor and second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any questions on the purchase order? All right. We have Mr. Davis, 6 internal budgets, revisions, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. I have 6 internal budget revision requests for the council's consideration today. All 6 were submitted by Sheriff Curtis Keller. The first is for Department 409 tax processing. Sheriff Keller is requesting that he be allowed to reduce line 341 supplies and materials by $360. Current unencumbered fund balance is $7,433.30 with 62.46% spent to date, and increase line 221 training and education by $360. That account currently has a deficit balance of $360. The next request is for Department 700 law enforcement. Sheriff Keller is requesting that he be allowed to reduce line 214 travel by $4,613. Current unencumbered fund balance is $11,688.19 with 22.87% spent to date. An increase line 216 maintenance and repair equipment by $4,613. That line item currently has a deficit balance of $4,612.25. The next request also is for Department 700 law enforcement. Sheriff Keller is requesting that he be allowed to decrease line 341 supplies and materials by $5,000. Current unencumbered fund balance is $109,829.38 with 26.65% spent to date. An increase line 223 professional services by $5,000. That account currently has a deficit balance of $2,228.41. Next request again is Department 700 law enforcement. Sheriff Keller would like to decrease line 345 uniforms by $365. Current unencumbered fund balance is $50,000. $949.93, with 26.88% spent to date. And increase line 226 in insurance and bonds by $365. That line currently has a deficit balance of $364.30. The next request again is Department 700. Sheriff Keller again would like to decrease line 345 uniforms by $30 and increase line 240 refunds and reimbursements by $30. That line item currently has a deficit balance of $29.10. And then the final request from Sheriff Keller is for Department 701 service of process. He would like to decrease line 106-01, which is the allocation for deputy retirement, by $528. Current unencumbered fund balance is $16,438 with nothing spent to date. And increase line 10600, which is the PERS retirement account, by $528. That account currently has a deficit balance of $527.95.
Any questions for Mr. Davis? If not, thank you, Mr. Davis. Change in status, we have a new hire recommendation received from Brian Ross, Engineering Director, for Dwayne Smith as a county engineer with an annual salary of $90,000, effective December 1st, 2020, and this is to fill the vacancy from Dirk's retirement. So, everybody okay with that?
He's a resident of Washington County. He works for a private company. He is a PE. Has extensive experience in stormwater management, civil engineering. Be a very, very good fit. Single father of 4 daughters. Is employed in the private sector, and as you can imagine, private sector engineering firms are being overwhelmed. As a single father, he's working 7 days a week and would actually like to have a little bit more predictable work schedule. He does understand the need to attend the planning commission meetings and meetings. He said based on where he's working now, that certainly would be a pleasure to attend those meetings. So we're very, very pleased with his willingness to come to work here. He will report December 1st, and we'll have about a month to work with Dirk in general.
So Dirk's here until the end of the calendar year.
He'll be here until the end of December, although he does have some vacation. We do have a proposal from Dirk to work on a contractual as needed basis, which I intend to bring to the council in 2 weeks, the first Thursday in December.
Okay. All right. Need approval minutes. Everyone was present for November 5th, 2020. Any questions or concerns on those? County council calendars. The county will be observing Thanksgiving Day next Thursday on the 26th, 27th. Offices will be closed, so employees will have a extended long weekend. Boards and commissions. On Monday, the 23rd, 1 p.m. Historical Landmarks, 5 p.m. Water District. 25th on a Wednesday is 10 a.m. CVB, 3 p.m. Senior Services. Any other changes or corrections on boards and commissions?
Mr. President, if I may, we thought we might have to have the council come together on Monday to certify the election. Mr. Schul will be in later this morning to brief you, because of something other counties lagging behind. There will not be certification, most likely next week. We'll do it
First week of December. Okay. All right. We have a resolution authorizing court security grant through the Department of Justice. Any questions on that? Which will also give me the authority to sign on behalf of the county council. We have a bond reduction, 2018 Tabor Station LLC. Engineering department has made that recommendation for bond reduction. Any questions on that one? If not, need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made, seconded. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Mr. Hess, good morning. You have a little bit of activity for us. You have two personal property tax exonerations and one real estate.
I do. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, the first two, for personal property, office error, we had to make those corrections for the reasons that's listed there. It will total up to $449.87.
Entertain a motion on the personal property tax exoneration due to office error.
Mr. President, I'll make a motion to approve the two personal tax exoneration due to office error in the amount of $449.87.
Second.
Motion been made, second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
Good, thank you. The only other thing I have is, we did have to correct a real estate, office error that we had the wrong tax class on, $485.50.
All right, entertain the motion on the one real estate tax exoneration due to office error.
Second.
Motion been made, second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, sir. Have a wonderful Thanksgiving.
You too, thank you.
All right. Board meeting reports, Mr. Barnhart?
Well, thank you, Mr. President.
Anytime, sir, anytime. Anytime.
Well, anytime it is. I had a Board of Health meeting, by Zoom. And, the main thrust, as Bob, the epidemiologist said, COVID. That's pretty much all they're doing, and everybody gave a report, and that's the way it is. COVID.
All right. All right, Ms. Bob?
We had Parks and Recreation on Tuesday, and a lot of things happening, and then a lot of things that have been canceled because they were happening.
COVID.
Yes, COVID. A couple things happening. The P.O. Faulkner tennis courts are finished, absolutely done, and the only thing left is a retaining wall on one side. So they're still playable. The other one, courthouse farm barn, everything's been approved for moving forward with the kitchen. It had to do something to do with the water, so they have someone that's working on the water. I don't know exactly what was going on, it's like outflow or something, but there's a water
I
problem.
imagine treatment.
Something to do with treatment, and they had to have a new pump, something there, so that was holding them up. P.O. Faulkner Trail, they're working on a trail, they got $24,000, I believe, not 24, 2 years ago, they had a grant, they have $4,000 left for P.O. Faulkner Trail, and a lot of,
Where would that trail be at this moment?
it'll be over there by Charlotte Prather, around
I
that
know.
property.
I know that.
And they're hoping to connect it into the one with that Shane is working on with the city and the linear park, hoping to put it all together.
Well, the only reason I ask is because there's several parties that's involved in that piece of property.
Right.
And it would be the county council and the girls softball, they got a 99-year lease on that.
Oh, I know that, because I've used that, told them, because I think a couple years ago, nobody even knew that they had a lease, and I'm going, wait a minute, that's been around forever.
Yeah, it's probably 60s,
Yes.
50-some years left on it.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I started coaching there in '66 at Lambert, and we put it in, so it was like 67 or 68. So it went into place. One of the things that's fascinating is the rec board had declared surplus some old hockey walls because they had redone that system that was done by the Pro League, and the skate park obstacles. Well, they've attempted a skate park many years ago behind the tennis courts at War Memorial, and that didn't happen. So then when the Jewish synagogue sold out, they gave the monies to the park and for the skateboard. So then they put that down at Roach's property there off of Kelly Allen Road, there on the corner of Kelly Allen and Route 9. And it lasted a couple of years and it didn't happen. Shane Farley come forward and talked about to the rec board. He has a petition for 700 people that want a skate park. Well, they didn't have enough people in the last couple of years, and I think they want. The thing is, they want to use that piece of property on the corner of Raleigh and race, well, the city doesn't own that property.
That's probably,
Funny thing about that. And then the other thing is, because the individual was talking about, they don't want to spend any money, but they want a skate park. You know, the money's been spent several times. I don't know where that particular item is gonna go.
You mean the old,
Torn lumber.
The old, yeah, the lumber yard. And they're always there, skating. So,
Yeah, they got it fixed up, I mean,
but
they even-
it's
they even
just,
have a restaurant set up there, two of them.
yeah.
And
who
what?
owns that?
I guess the
Is there a Mercer or
Butch's family still on it?
Mower owns it. Yes.
Butch.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Butch passed away.
And War Memorial Park, got an update from Land and Water. They've approved the state farm pavilion, which is one on the upper, left side there in the park. However, with the new regulations, everything has to be done with an archaeological testing, from Native American before they can do anything going forward on that particular issue. So, a lot of moving parts.
Yeah, the water district ran into that problem, tried to cross it.
Right, has to have an archaeological certification. Then the Roundhouse, met last night, and we went over some issues that we're facing still with the first construction, which is not completed. We're still working on the pull stations, which everybody is a standoff from one side to the other. The second thing is the drain system. You're supposed to have the drains on the main floor. They got one on the second floor and one on the main floor. It's supposed to be two, so that's not right. It's getting very old at this particular point when you have to keep going over and over to get something completed. We're working on trying to come up with a way to fund getting the diesel engine that's been donated to the Roundhouse. And according to Mr. Jeff Hollis, he believes that particular engine that is in question, when it originally was a B&O engine. It's got a different set of colors on it, but it was sold after the B&O went out. It's a 1949. A lot of interesting things in that neighborhood. The AmeriCorps person we have will be leaving December 30th, and she's done some great work there. And it's so nice when you're sitting there doing something, you say, does anybody know where the bylaws are? Oh yeah, they're in the first drawer. We finally got the drawers organized, so we know where everything is. And we have a second gentleman, a gentleman who is retired from the military who would like to be the AmeriCorps for next year. So we're working on interviews and for that project. So a lot of moving parts, and we're waiting on the parameters of the $742,000 grant to see what we have to do and when. So that's a lot of anticipation happening. Thank you.
Ms. Moss. Mr. Valier.
Had a development authority meeting yesterday. We have several new groups that are interested. We actually had one group that we thought was going to make a move on a parcel of ground that we had, and turned out that they wanted a bigger parcel. So now we're directing them to another parcel, and that parcel, there was somebody in line for that parcel as well. So it's time to start looking for more property, obviously. That's not a bad problem for the county, that's for sure. The 300 and 400 building, the net that was deposited last month was north of $45,000
For 1 month.
for 1 month. So that continues to be a very wise investment and helping that board sustain independence, if you will,
So back about 6 years ago,
sustainability.
that board was coming to the county council and trying to consider, or asking us to consider supporting them to meet payroll and their obligations. And today, the investment of 300 and 400 on average could produce as much as $450,000 net revenue and pay the overhead.
Exactly. Yeah. That's and we've done the first year of that property. We spent a lot of money on the property. and I mean a lot. We replaced heat systems. We did work on the outside of the building. We did parking lot work. We did dumpster area repairs and pads and tree removal. And there's still, you know, down the road there's some repaving going to have to be done, those type of things. But new roof. I mean, we spent a good bit of money on it, so the maintenance
All the
should.
capital stuff.
Right, yeah, so the maintenance should be minimal now moving forward, and we were lucky in the beginning when we did the loan on it. The loan actually, the way we set it up, we didn't have to start paying payments for a period of time. So when the payments came, we were able to bankroll that money and use that money for the improvements. It worked out very well. Very good for the Development Authority to be able to have income, so that they don't have to keep coming back to, you know, when the election cycle was going on, there was several times we heard on the radio where different people were talking about, oh, the Development Authority, you know, needs some financial help and should continue. And I think the Development Authority's done really well on its own.
Well, the Development Authority is a prime example. What we started 10 years ago was to also make some of these boards and commissions self-sustaining. And, you know, we haven't given the Development Authority any money for probably 4 years now. And you know, we're doing the same thing with the Airport Authority and same thing with Solid Waste Authority. And it seems like, you know, we call it bridge money. We give them bridge money and they turn it back around and they take the bridge money, they make it work for them, and we kind of wean them away. And it's very going very well. Airport Authority will be the next one, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, it's it's going to happen within the next couple of years. The Airport Authority is going to be one of the strongest boards in this community, without a doubt. It's definitely on its way, and that, you know, I can't say enough about the leadership and the members on both those boards. Those folks are doing great
I think
job.
you said the other day it's the most
Underutilized asset
east
of the Mississippi, and that's what they said. You know, we've heard that over the past years. We've heard that many times about the airport, and with an underutilized asset like that, it just takes, you know, good vision, good decision making, and some bridge money to get it to where it needs to be.
All right. Sorry, Mr. Whitaker, we're gonna cut you off. We'll go to some bid openings. Okay, then we're good. All right, Mr. Davis, we have bid openings for RFP for 2020 or newer mid-size utility police interceptors, and there are 29 of those.
Yes, sir. If the council will recall, several months ago, we had a discussion about our fleet inventory, and the council authorized us to put out an RFP for 29 mid-size utility police interceptor vehicles. And the reason we requested 29 is that's what's projected to be our vehicle replacement needs in the Sheriff's Department over the next 2 to 3 years. And we weren't sure about the production scheduling. As you know, some of the vehicles that we ordered months ago are just now starting to be delivered. So
It's taken about 18 months.
it is. And we're noticing, and you'll see today, we only have actually 2 bids. The number of bids that we received for our vehicles are considerably fewer than what we've received in the past. And we think it's, you know, a number of reasons, but primarily because of the uncertainty of production and delivery. It's hard for many of the dealerships to even project what the costs is going to be in 12 to 18 months.
I was gonna say, even with the recent riots and all the destruction of police cruisers
Right.
and things, I don't see how they're gonna fill the orders that occur.
So this bid did not specify make or model. In years past, we've designated, Ford or Dodge or things like that. So we just, this is the bare minimum specifications. We just provided the minimum qualifications for the bid. On October 6, 2020, the RFP was direct mailed to 20 auto dealers. It was placed on our website. It was advertised in the Martinsburg Journal on Friday, October 9, 2020. We do have certification publication on file and in your packet. There were no addendums issued to the original RFP as distributed. Bids were due no later than 4:00 p.m. on Wednesday, November 18th. And as I mentioned, we received 2 bids prior to the deadline. Both dealers we have dealt with in the past. One is Whiteside of St. Clairsville, out of St. Clairsville, Ohio, and the other one is Huffman Ford Sales out of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. No local bids at all.
That's crazy.
It is.
I don't know why you said Ford or Dodge and didn't mention GM, by the way, but huh?
He just
Ignore me?
crazy. We didn't get anybody local.
Economy's good enough right here, Doug. They got them walking in the door. They don't
We
have to
even
bid
sent
on.
out a reminder email
Talk about it.
for everyone, just so it didn't slip anyone's mind.
Mail system hasn't failed everything.
And most of the bids that we're getting now are FedEx or UPS.
All right, Whiteside of St. Clairsville, Ohio. $1,159,710.
That's for how many?
29.
20.
Does it say what they're bidding?
Um, looking for that. Not jumping out at me.
I know they are a GM dealer. I'm not sure if they represent any other. For example, the Chevrolet Silverado that we just got for litter control came from Whiteside.
I'm sure it'll probably say somewhere in this.
We'll go through it. We'll bring back our recommendations.
Chevrolet Tahoes.
Chevrolet Tahoe. There you go.
Probably outlast Ford by twice.
Easy now. I don't know. My 07's got 289,000 miles on it. I drove it 4 hours yesterday, pulling a 11,000 pound trailer. Or 11,000 pound trailer. There you go. Speaking of which,
All right.
I broke it down there for
Let's
you.
see that. The next one is Hoffman Ford Sales, Harrisburg, PA. It's $937,425, which equates to Dan's figures of $32,325 per vehicle. All right, that concludes that bid opening. Next bid opening we have is an RFP for display technology and content management, and that's just for the Day Report Center, I believe.
Yes, sir. It's for the Day Report Center and also one of our juvenile justice grants. It is for electronics. I'll let Gary explain the bid itself. We did advertise the bid as required. The legal notice was run in the Martinsburg Journal. We do have certification and publication that it was properly noticed on November 9th, 2020. The deadline for bids were yesterday at 4:00 p.m. and we received 2 bids prior to the deadline, and I'll let Gary explain the bid.
Gary, explain the vision that we have on this and afterwards.
So there's a good portion of the design of the DRC that's involved in signage. If you've walked in some newer buildings in Hazelwood apartment, you'll see an interactive display or a display in the room kind of showing you what's going on, what's happening. This is a great opportunity for the council to leverage technology to be able to, one, present your current vision, show past experiences, testimonials, whatever it may be, in an interactive wall, if you will, that allows us to show people coming in for service, people coming in just to visit, whatever it may be, to understand what the vision and what's going on in that building. No more easels and things like that. This really takes technology for you to a different level. We use it everywhere, but it in turn lets you show the mission, again, what's happening. The other thing that it's going to do is provide check-in opportunities for the customers that come in. So if I go in, if you've been to a medical office lately, a lot of them are, you don't interface with someone, you just go up, type in your, usually the last word of social, and it lets someone know that you're there waiting for service. So picture, if you will, you're coming in to visit, you have a counseling session with counselor A. Right now, when you go into DRC, you wait in line, you talk to the front desk, they page somebody to kind of get you. Well, now, when they walk in, they'll self-check in and it'll tell your counselor that you're there. So the other thing, there's several meeting rooms in this building, several by a lot. You'll have displays at the face of each room that says, okay, this is Narcotics Anonymous, or this is Alcoholics Anonymous, or this is just a general meeting, much as you would see in a hotel, in front of a hotel lobby or at a hotel meeting room. It says what's going on in the schedule for that room. One of the other pieces that's involved in this is in each peer recovery coach, instead of you walking in and then hand you a piece of paper and you reviewing it, they'll have opportunity to present from their device on the display on the wall. So they can interact, they can show videos, they can show anything now where they don't have that. We'll go home and watch this video, or let's walk out to the meeting room, we'll start this video. So they're able to do that just like you're doing in all your meeting rooms now. And then the last piece that's involved in there's 25 tablets involved in this that are going to be used, and the intent for them is to be used for your juvenile effort as part of the juvenile mission statement, so that you can pre-program those with materials either on the internet or put on there, so the juveniles that are involved can take them away and have a resource to use, watch, read, that they wouldn't have otherwise. So there's a whole bunch of technology wrapped up in that document.
And where's the majority of this money coming from?
It's the intent that it all be covered by a grant. There was a change of scope written, we believe will be approved in the very near future. In speaking with Mr. Davis, if the grant weren't to get reallocated, we'll repurpose money, but one way or the other, whether it will be 100% paid for or an offset of the grant will pay for it.
Okay.
We're pretty confident the lion's share will be for some existing DOJ grants.
All right. Number 1, first bid is from Berry Solutions Group out of Altoona, PA. Berry at $117,821.09.
Is this software, hardware?
All of the above.
second one is from Frontier Vision Technology. It's from Rock Hill, Connecticut, $122,542. $122,542.
Within your price range that you thought.
It's what we thought it was gonna, we thought it would land somewhere between 100 and 105. So it's a little high, but we did, sometimes they put those options. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That concludes that bid. Next on our agenda, we have, we'll go back to that here. Thank you though. Next on our agenda, we have, we're recognizing one of our longtime employees here at the Ambulance Authority, Carla Robinson, which has been dedicated to her job and staff for 33 years. And I see Brian Costello is here, and a lot of the staff, a lot of good staff here, which is the acting director, and we have the old retired director here as well, Peanut Collis.
You're right there. Oh,
Yeah, sitting back in the back row. I'm surprised his eyes even come up this far, but we totally respect both these directors. Gary, you've done a wonderful job in the time that you was here, which was many, many years, and I know you have a lot of fond memories of working with Carla. So, Brian, I see you came prepared with some stuff. If you want to go for it first, and then we'll open it up to anybody who wants to speak from the floor. Also want to put on record that board members are here. Vice President Mike McGinnis, President Dave Urban, and Board Member John Taylor. Always. And Sandy Hamilton, sorry. You're just not sitting with the bad group over there. Yeah, I'm surprised they're not sitting one row back further, sitting on the back row. But go ahead.
First of all, good morning, and thanks for having us. We're here on this grand occasion to begin to close the chapter of one part of Carla's life so she can open the book to another. Was it 33 years, 3 months, and some change that will come to fruition? The good thing is we're not losing her. We'll just deal with her remotely. So if I have to scold her, I'll just do it over video. She can close it up in the morning, but no, she's going to stay on with us as a billing agent remotely, so that's good. But when I came here in 2014, I had a good, quick 90-day session with Mr. Collis on, here's the job, here's the years that I had, and good luck. So if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have been able to be who I am today, because when the hard questions needed to be asked, that's who I went to. She helped me assemble a staff of people that second to none, in my opinion. So that's always good, but I felt it necessary that not just Berkeley County recognize you, but our governor has reached out to recognize you as well. If you'd like to come up, Carla. The first one here is a congratulations from Governor Jim Justice to you. It says, as governor, I extend my thanks and congratulations for more than 34 years of hard work and dedication in regard to your job. Your experience, wisdom, and friendliness have made you an exceptional employee and a valuable asset to the Berkeley County Emergency Ambulance Authority. Your record of accomplishments will be a source of great pride to you, your family, and many friends. Furthermore, your loyalty and sense of duty set a tremendous example for all of us. Please accept my best wishes for the future. It is my sincere hope the years ahead will bring you much happiness as you pursue the activities you enjoy. And it's signed sincerely, James Justice Governor. The second thing we've also had is from his executive office. This is a certificate of appreciation presented to you for the same thing. I want to reiterate it twice. This is for you to hang up in your new dude home down there in South Carolina. let you talk first and then they can talk about
Where do I begin?
33 years ago. Start there.
I was a young pup,
Once upon a time.
21, just married. Came in to meet with Norm Rasavi. He hired me as a purchasing clerk for Berkeley County Commission. I came in after a 2-week vacation. I said, Norm, I'm married now. My last name's Robinson. He said, oh, congratulations. I said, I'm also found out I'm gonna have a baby. He said, oh, congratulations. He looked at me like a deer in the headlights. I said, is that a problem? He says, as long as you do your job, you're fine. So I hope I've done my job over the years, but I'm very honored. I'm humbled over all of this, and I can't believe it's been 30 years.
Time flies by, doesn't it, Carla?
It does. Not always having fun, but it does fly. But
No, them board meetings are pretty fun, I think.
well, the old ones were at the beginning, but I've formed a lot of lasting, long life relationships with employees, with board members, with friends, and I have a lot of mixed emotions. Most of my time here has been very happy, and I've been here more than half my life, and I'll always be a part of what I do or where I go. I thank you all for everything that you've done. It's very, very appreciated.
Well, you've made some very good choices in your life, and marrying the man that you married was one of them.
Yes,
So.
absolutely.
All right, anyone want to speak from the audience?
Come on.
Here he comes, Mr. Peanut.
Peanut, we only give people 3 minutes, all right?
You know, that's almost impossible. And she thinks she's gonna get off easy.
You're gonna tell some old stories, aren't you?
She's not gonna get off that easy. I'm gonna take this thing out of here because I like to walk around. So, you would just have to be behind. But anyhow,
Been behind you for a long time.
it's been probably 30 years with the Ambulance Authority. By 1990, I believe, we hired her part-time. She worked in billing. Then she wouldn't go away. So we had to hire her full-time in 1993. And Brian, we settled all the dust before you come in.
Okay.
Didn't we, Carla?
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
The meetings were great.
Oh, yeah.
Back years ago.
I can recall one for old, God bless Todd Dowd.
And I think one of Jim's meetings probably lasted about 12 to 1 o'clock in the morning.
Very first one I ever went to.
My memory's still somewhat good.
21 years ago.
And why rolling in that late?
Yeah.
Meetings last longer than an hour now. Now, I'm sure some of that's contributed because you're not there.
Probably. It's probably got something to do with it. But Carla's has always been a plus for the Ambulance Authority. She always come in very pleasant. Not saying that much for the guy that sat on the other side of the office from her, because I could hear her say in the mornings when I come in, she would say to the other ladies, she would shut my door and she'd say, don't go near Gary today. If you got anything, you come to me. I will go to Gary. Don't, his door's shut, just leave him alone. And it worked out pretty good. But up through the years, Carla was always one to set up things, to do things, take care of the ladies in the office, take care of the majority of the phone calls that would come in. And I would tell her, Carla, if they, get a little profanity or things get a little rough, don't listen to that. Transfer them back to my phone. Well, we'd get a few from time to time, and but most of the time, Carla would take care of it.
But Carla traveled, her and I traveled some together throughout the state in training classes and so forth. And I can remember one morning leaving early going to Charleston, and Carla was sitting over and the sun was shining pretty good. And we were going down the road, and Carla, she's kind of laid back in the seat and she's about half asleep. And I'm thinking, you know, I get off the edge of the road a little bit, wake her up. And she looks over at me, what are you doing? I said, I'll tell you one thing right now. If you don't wake up, I'm going to write you up for sleeping on the job. So Carla was good. She was she done good. She was always very cheerful. And the best part of Carla and Carla's job, Carla knew her job. You was not going to snow Carla on her job. So Carla,
Hey, she's probably so good at her job, Peanut, because she had to do her job and your job both.
you know, I'm just about took all I'm going to take you today. You're not that big. And I don't work here no more. So it's good. But it's glad to see all the guys here and gals paying your respects to Carla, because Carla, you done good. You done good. Thank you.
Anyone else? Boy, pretty easy group. All right, Sandy.
Yeah, I was just thinking, as Gary was saying, pay respects, that makes you think of a different type of setting for paying respects. And how wonderful it is that we're all able to be here and gather while you're here and know how much we appreciate you and how much you meant to us and how much you meant to the county and to the organization. So it's just wonderful to be able to be here and express that to you so that you truly understand how much you have meant to us and continue to mean to us. So just thank you. I appreciate you.
I'm going to speak about you before I get you up here. And we don't have to speak through my mask.
Okay.
But, it's been 10 years since I've been here, and Mr. Whitaker sat on the ambulance authority for many, many years, since 1980 something, wasn't it?
No, actually, 99 was my first year, yeah. First appointment that I had with the county.
Yeah, we've all gotten to know Carla very well. And all the ladies in the offices, you're all, each and every one of you wonderful. Peanut, all jokes aside, and Brian, you've done a great job with your staff in the office and in the field. The study board, I say it's the best board I've got, for sure. And there's a lot of good boards, and there have been some rough times. I think the organization's running very, very well right now. And it's my honor to be part of that board and to be able to work alongside with Carla and board meetings and things. We've always operated at a very, very professional level. And it's been my pleasure. Been both of you since kids are growing up on the Charlotte Franklin, playing a bit of softball and stuff. So the Berkeley County Council congratulates Carla Robinson and wants to recognize you for 33 years of dedicated service and commitment to Berkeley County and its citizens. Best wishes on the retirement. I'm still trying to do the math. Cleaned up since 1990, we're in 2020. So I'm trying to figure out the 33 years, but yes, sir.
1987 to 1990,
Part-time.
she was worked for the county.
Got
I did not hire her from 1993, but she worked part-time for us from 90 to 93, going billing. She also did billing for 5 volunteer companies, and we had 5 different bank accounts that Carla did the billing and deposited their money into their separate accounts. So she's,
very complex back then.
yeah.
And I can remember, I think, that we all had the first ambulance there at the old sheriff's department in the yard.
Absolutely.
And that's where the Packard was. I think they started out there too.
Absolutely correct.
Right? Under a carpet.
finally had some nice stations, we had cooperations with
Some
some
a
of
long ways in 30 years.
the, but in private business, we would have done in 10, but yeah.
Keep dreaming there, bud.
But all jokes aside, what I say, it takes a long time to get things done in government. It takes a much longer time to get things done at the federal level than the state level, but here in the county level, we do get things done quick for government agencies. Carla, we have this, to recognize you, and it's an honor to be up here with you and everyone, so that's, enjoy your retirement, and we would never hold you against anyone for making them sure.
Thank you so much.
That's it. We'll take photos and we'll take a break and take a photo here real quick, okay? Anybody else on the county council have anything?
I've never had the pleasure of working with the ambulance authority. Never had the pleasure of riding in an ambulance, county ambulance, riding for the city ambulance once, and private ambulance. Wife's ridden in your lovely vehicle, but I've known Carla for a long time, and I know that she's always handled her job well, and congratulations.
Thank you, Carla. I was always coming over and checking things out when I first started running, and you all welcomed me, talked to me, and tried to explain to me how the ambulance authority worked. And as we say, things have been moving quite quickly in the last 10 years, but thanks, and good luck to you in the future.
My hat's always off to employees that we have coming in here and retiring and moving on after such a long period of time dedicated to the community. What a great way to spend your career doing what you want to do, but also helping your community out. So thank you very much for that.
Carla, I don't know what else to say, but your dedication to this organization has been remarkable. Like Doug said, I mean, I started on the ambulance authority, my first board as a county representative. And Gary was right, that the first meeting I went to, it was till about 1 o'clock in the morning. And I thought, my gosh, what more can happen in this county? That you need to be there till 1 o'clock in the morning. But I want to tell you what, if it wasn't for you, we'd probably still be there at 1 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.
I'd like to say, in 1998, he was very young to be sitting on the board. I'd say 26, 27.
Mine was, 26, yeah.
Yeah, so
36. I'm sorry,
he started giving to his community at a very early age, and the community appreciates that. Anyone?
Side by side.
Penny, you know how this is done. You need to come to the podium. What, you trying to be Tracy today?
I just want to thank you. You and I have worked side by side on benefits over the years, combining the ambulance authority with the county councils, and whenever I needed you, you were there, and when you needed me, I helped you. So it was a great partnership working with you, and I appreciate all of your assistance when I had to do your employees' benefits, and I'm really grateful for that. So I know that you trained Deb, Deb's in here. I know you trained Deb well, so you know things are going to run real smoothly. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Mr.
I'd like
Robinson.
to say good morning to the council.
Good morning, sir.
Fantastic. Brian. First of all, I'd like to tell you guys that I had 44 years with you. About 44 years of those years I was there, I was shipping. There's a case study here to tell you, take it for one day. There are 3 ships. At least one around every week. You can imagine that. Unbelievable. That was working in your body, that was working in your mind. But my point is this. It weren't for this lady. Honestly, we wouldn't even hear it. Trying to balance out motherhood, the work that she was doing here. And you guys have alluded to that. So you know what kind of time that she had to put in to be, professional and good as she was. You know, taking care of the children, cook, clean. I'm in bed, howling with the kids, you know, trying to keep those lights so I can go to work at midnight. But it was really terrible, but she was just unbelievable throughout this entire process. Carol might have to look up to her because, maybe you're one of the kind of, the county is very, very fortunate to have had you all these years. And what a job you've done. Thank you for that. I thank you for being the wife that you are, the woman that you are, the mother. You're truly good. And I love you so much.
Anyone else? All right, at this time, we'll take break for photos. All right, we're back in session. Just back up a little bit and, board and commission vacancies, any activity there?
Yes, sir. I'd like to reappoint Jim Rickard to another 3-year term, please.
To what?
It's from December of this year, which is 20 to December of 23.
Roundhouse.
For the Roundhouse, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I wasn't.
All right, so have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. Any other activity? All right. And I really don't have anything to report on. So I did have a fire board meeting on last Thursday and everything went well. I guess the biggest thing there would be, it wasn't part of the meeting, but the Baker Heights Volunteer Fire Department, the new one, which will be east of the old Kmart building, it's going through the planning and engineering permitting stage. It was awarded to a contractor. Let's move forward. I really don't look for them to actually start footer work or anything until probably January or something in that time frame. So, next, Mr. Davis, we have Chuck Young, Cox Holiday and Young, for County Council Financial Statement 2019-20. Chuck, how you doing today?
Outstanding, what's up?
Wonderful.
Morning, Chuck.
Good morning. Well, that, hard act to follow earlier. You come in right after that, that's it.
So one good thing about us, Chuck, is we get a lot of things accomplished, good things, and we have fun doing it. So
And we got cupcakes.
we had cupcakes. That's exactly right. So,
Outstanding. Thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure to come before the council, especially with these kind of financial statements. It makes it a little bit easier to do. Also, I want to thank Myra and her staff, Ellen, and pull the financials together of this nature. It takes a lot of information from a lot of different sources. And we are getting better and better every year, and this is getting to be a better process and also a more accurate process each year.
I think, Chuck, I think it's fair to say that our financial department, through Mr. Small's office, county clerk, is doing a wonderful job. And I know, like you said, Mr. Davis and our staff worked hard on it. Your staff worked hard on it. It's been a good relationship.
Yes, and we're seeing the results of it. Everything's getting better, controlling things better. The numbers are, even just looking at this, it's just a better product than what we're doing. It's just amazing.
Right, I agree.
It's all about teamwork.
Yes, sir. Just to go through the financial statements with you real briefly. I know it's 70-some pages of fun. I'm just going to go through a couple pages here. But overall, looking at the financials for June 30, 2020, when you go through there, there's a couple things just keep in mind. COVID had an effect to our financial statements. We've been very fortunate in getting some grant revenue, so you'll see that flowing through the financials. Overall, all the other numbers are relatively strong. So just to give you a couple just general numbers in total, looking at the government-wide activities, our assets last year was 25 million. Actually, let me quote the next page so you can see the vision.
Tell us what page you're on. We'll try to keep up to you too.
No worries there. So if you go to page 8, on the financial statements, you'll see the primary government. You have the governmental activities, the business activities, and the component unit. The governmental activities is just basically everything that happens here. Business activities is basically the building commission. And the component unit is the development authority. So if you look at the primary government on the governmental activities, if you scroll down 2/3 of total assets, you'll see it's 31 million total assets. Last year it was 25 million. So our assets actually went up almost 6 million. What makes up that 6 million? Well, if you look at cash and cash equivalents above 15.8 million, 15.9. Last year it was only 13.1.
Right.
So cash is up several million. But not only that, we have this grant receivable for 2.3 million. That is the COVID monies that we have experienced the expenditure for prior to June 30, that we have not received payment until after June 30. So, you know, another big shot in the arm for the county there. Flip to the next page. Down at the bottom, you can see total liabilities at 6.4 million, almost 6.5 million. Last year, it was 7.19 million. So even though our cash is up, our assets are up, our liabilities are down. Some of that is because we didn't do any additional leases. Last year, we've always taken some leases out of our cars or whatever it is.
Right.
We haven't done any of that this year, but we've also paid down the debts. Lot stronger position. The next item, if you go to page 10, down at the bottom, you'll see unrestricted, 15 million, 15.3 million. Last year, that was 9.8 million. So,
It was what now?
9.8 million. So, going through everything here, your assets are up, your cash is up, your receivables up, your debt's down, and your equity's up. We're so much up in a stronger position this year compared to last year. We've had strong positions, but not at this
Right.
not at this rate. And some of it's COVID, but it's not only the COVID, but we were having a strong year anyway, and then throw that on top.
Well, plus what we've done with refinancing the bonds that we just done, that's saving us another 2.6 million. So that's how it's starting to compound a little bit, Chuck, if I may, is, we're very, in order for us to borrow money at 1.25%, 1.56%, 2.069% is we improve upon our finances. In the long run, it compounds. Good news.
Right.
Right?
Well, we're treating it like business. I mean, in business, you have to look at everything all the time, and you look at any way you can maximize what you have coming in, as well as reduce what you have going out. I mean, it's just not rocket science. It's basically business, you know.
Yeah, there was a lot of good short-term decisions made, and there was a lot of long-term decisions,
Right.
like the debt refinance, you know, how we handle the fleets. There's a lot of good decisions that have been made along the way to put us in this position.
But we've put over, $1.5 million in HVAC upgrades in this building, in the judicial building, that we paid cash
Yes.
for, and then, but our energy savings is tremendous, right? So that's gonna help us. It's just, it's all the small things that turn into that contribute to the big things.
Yeah, the visual I always get is the boiler that was over here.
Yeah,
Just magnitude.
8 million BTUs at any given time, we went down to 400,000, you know?
When you make that comment, I'm visualizing this big boiler over there.
I thought that was the freight train that Elaine was talking about that they want to bring to the roundhouse. When I first saw it.
Thing was huge. But yes, the long-term and short-term decisions. Our change in net assets, if you go to page 11, we're changing that position. Next, page 11, you know, if you go down towards the bottom, you'll see it's 6.9 million. Last year was 2.7 million. And that's exactly what we're saying. That's why everything's correct. So that's basically your profit for the year.
Right.
So, relative, very strong. Just to skip around some of these notes. If we go back to page, and there's a lot of notes in here, page 50.
Page 50, you say?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And subsequent events, there's a couple things come up in the accounting world. One is how we're handling leases. going forward, how we're handling the lease between the building commission and county is gonna be handled differently for accounting purposes going forward, how the revenues is recognized. We're still working on the effects of that going forward. I just want to give you guys that heads up, that might change a little bit on there, and I'll go over that with you. The third paragraph down, we had a note in here about the pilot program, Clorox, that happened after June 30. Then we have another paragraph about the bond issuance for the project, but also I'll have another entry down here explaining the bond closing that just happened yesterday. So I'll have that refi note, and like you mentioned, the high rate on those bonds was 5.5%. We went down to a low of 1.4%.
Right.
It's just wow.
Chuck just got done closing on the other one on Tuesday. Cam Seekers from Bowles and Rice and Greg Isaac from Cruising Associates have repetitively over the last 4 years, five years, said, you guys are hitting these things perfect. I mean, because right when we close, it seems like majority of the time, not 100%, but 90% of the time, we're hitting at the rock bottom. And it seems like the day after, a couple days later, they start creeping up on us or something. That we did, the best one we did is at the 1.4 or 1.56, 1.26, I'm sorry. That was our best. And the other ones yesterday was 1.56, I think. So, yeah. So we're financing things today, taxable, less than what we had as tax exempt.
Right.
It's an amazing time to borrow money. And like I was telling people, we're borrowing money less than the average cost of living increase. Almost half. Sometimes it is half.
Right. And the benefits is, I think the ones from your state, 2029 they go out. The other ones are a lot longer.
Well, the ones that we done yesterday was a 2029 payoff, and we kept it 2029. One was a 2031 payoff. We dropped it down to 2029. One was a 2034 payoff. We dropped it down to 2029. That's why one reason why we're saving 2.6. Yeah, $2.6 million. It's going to cost us a few $100,000 more to do that, but we're paying that off faster, only because we're able to borrow money cheaper.
Correct. The only other item I'd like to bring up, if you go to page 70 and 71. And I just wanted to bring this schedule up in front of you guys. This is the scheduled federal awards. In the past, when you spend federal monies up to a certain level, over $750,000, you have to have a federal, you have to have a single audit. So it's a program specific one. And I just want to bring this up that, this is the first year we've had that, I wouldn't say opportunity, but that procedure to have happen, which is a great thing. So if you're bringing in, $3 million grant revenues, that is a lot of revenue that services that we're providing. I just want to bring that up.
First year I was here was 300,000. This year could be as much as 9 million.
Correct. And that's, if you can utilize grants, you don't have to utilize the money.
Right.
That's all I have.
That's all you got to say to us?
Yes, sir.
All right.
It's all good news, I appreciate it.
He kept all the bad news close.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you got to keep in mind, but you do have another judicial center that you're going to have to do a major improvement on in the real near future. So you have that
It's hanging over us.
it's not all roses. You've got some big bills coming before too long.
Well, and I think, and that's part of the reason why we did the bond, shortened terms of the bond to 2029. So if we did have to do the Crawford building, as Judge Wilkes said, it's coming in the very near future, we would have to float a substantial bond to do that. And the whole reason doing that, so we wouldn't be overlapping these payments long, if any. Yeah, this council doesn't only look at, finding solutions to situations that's upon us today, but we're also trying to be out in front of the curve 10 years from now and saying, okay, how can we make the community stronger and safer and more community minded when this body's gone. So again, thank you for all your hard work. Ira, you do a wonderful job. I want to make sure everybody out there in Berkeley County understands that. And we're very appreciative of all of our staff and what you do, Chuck.
And going forward with the new accounting software, it's going to be even better.
I know, isn't it?
We're excited.
It's going to be crazy. It'll take us about a year to get through that process, but
yes, sir.
it's going to be it's going to make us even better.
Yes, sir. It's going to be wonderful.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chuck.
Mr. President, if I may, I know this council is here for all the right reasons. And certainly you are not a body that necessarily needs the recognition and praise. But this is the 15th financial statement I've been through since I've been here, and I can say that this is by far, and I said it last year, and I'm saying it again this year, this is by far the best year we've ever had. And it goes beyond just the financial stability that you've brought to the county. It's the programs that we've done. The vision that you had to invest the bridge money, as Council Vice President Dollier mentions, to make your vision a reality in recovery resources and data court center and some of the other programs that you started. But some of the capital projects that we were able to undertake the past 2 years that we typically would have to go out and borrow the money for, we haven't had to do that.
Right.
The new boilers, with return on investment of about 3 years for both the Dunn building and the judicial center, the Arctic chill unit, which we are being recognized across the country. Because we have one of the few units like this. Bolin is bringing clients, prospective clients in to see what we've done with our facilities. The new roof on the sheriff's department, those were all cash projects that in the past the council would have had to finance. So
Senior center.
it's been one of the things that 5 years ago you tasked us with is improving the appearance of our buildings. We had let a lot of the preventive maintenance go, and I think we've done a pretty good job, although we have some areas that we still need to make some improvement, but I think we've made some substantial improvements in the appearance of our buildings. So again, I just want to commend this council for your foresight and your support of your staff. Myra, under the org chart, she falls under Mr. Small, but she's our department. She works closely with us. The communications between the finance office and the council's office is better than it's ever been, as well as the cooperation and the body of knowledge that we have down there. So, as I've told some of you earlier today, it's good to be Berkeley.
Yeah. Well, I was just telling someone this morning I had a short meeting with that he was actually commenting about the quality of the cleanliness of their buildings and how well they're being kept up. And I said, yeah, I can remember when I first got here, our capital outlay to maintain all the buildings that we had for projects was $100,000. And it was just crazy stupid. But at the same time, it got us where we are today. And that's why we can spend upper part of $1.5 million on new HVAC systems and the chiller and the boilers over there. That's just paid for itself probably in 7 years. It's a good time for Berkeley County, it's a good time for this body, and I always say, the good thing about this body is we don't do things to get reelected, we do things because it's right, and I seriously mean that. So, thanks again for all your kind words, Mr. Davis. Next on our agenda, we have Delegate Larry Comp, poll workers' compensation, sir. See, now, Mr. Young, Chuck, I would like to say that, you know, Delegate Comp is here, wanting to spend some of that money that you're wanting to talk about that we saved.
Maybe I need to sit over here.
Delegate Comp.
Thank you. I asked you to put on the agenda, and I appreciate your willingness to do that with me today. Let me digress for a moment to congratulate the council on your financial management. I talked to people in other counties throughout the state, and they are green with envy as to what's going on in Berkeley County. It's just been an incredible job with your financial situation. And also, I have to particularly note, with all the due diligence you've done with your finance, you've done even more so, from my perspective, from a background as being a labor leader, is appreciating and taking care of your own employees. I think that's your biggest asset is your employees. I think you agree with that. And the employees I talk to appreciate the opportunity they have to serve, the way they're treated with respect and consideration. But regarding the compensation of poll workers, I want to make a disclaimer of sorts. I'm an outgoing Republican delegate in the legislature, but this is not a partisan plea that I make. In fact, I have made no discussions with any political party or actor in this. In fact, many years ago, over 10 years at least, I was a poll worker, and it's a long and arduous job. We had many of you remember how we had to string the votes together and do the count. It was just a nightmare. It's better now, but it's still a long job, and a poll worker's job volunteering is incredible. This first came to my mind again as the issue was, as voting was discussed in the last legislative council meeting you've had with legislators, where you talked about having more than one location for early voting and ramifications that would go with that. And I was going to bring that up at the time, but I decided to stew about it a little bit more, talk to Daryl Shaw, talk to the Morgan County clerk about some of the specifics. And number one, I think Daryl, his staff have done a super duper job, just absolutely fantastic. And the poll workers, it's incredible. It's a long day, it's a hard day. What they get compensated for is just a token, it's a stipend in my mind for what they do. I know it gets harder and harder to get the poll workers, particularly with the early voting, to get the same poll workers working on the same day with early voters. So Berkeley County currently for poll workers pay $50 for training for a poll worker and $150 to pay actually working the polls. And of course, if you do the training and don't work in the polls, it's my understanding you don't get to pay for training either, which makes sense to me. So my proposal is, and I would hope that the county council give due diligence, is to increase that pay for poll workers in Berkeley County. I know you got the money. Increase that money for poll workers. And I'm not one, let me digress again, I'm not one to want to spend money. I've been told that I make my own bucket of wire by squeezing pennies, and I do that same regard in all things that I work in government. With poll workers is important, and I think that ought to be increased from $150 a day to a minimum at least $200, or is up to as high as $250 a day. I just think it's money well worth spent, and the work that these poll workers do is just worthy of their
Comp, I got a question for you. The state has a pay scale for poll workers, is that correct?
No. I thought they did too. Daryl can talk
Okay.
about that with detail.
Okay.
My understanding, I did think there was a ceiling,
Right.
but there's not.
Okay, all right. So is that dictated county by county? Okay. All right.
Jefferson County pays more than you. I'm not exactly sure exactly what they pay. Morgan County pays the same per day, but they only pay $30 for training.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Historically, I mean, Jefferson County has, per capita, has at one time more than twice our money per capita that we had for, it's our biggest battle is, trying to stay competitive with wages when someone's got twice as much per capita revenue as we do. So yeah, I think it's very much, I'm very interested in having this conversation. Because, I mean, they are dedicated. I know at my precinct, I offered to get them something to drink, something to eat. They said that we'd love to, but we don't have time.
By the way, with the early voting, I've been really impressed. I think you were the one behind it, that rather than having to stand out in the rain, you made sure that the building was open so they could wind around through the halls and look at it. So
I don't know who done that.
What's that?
I don't know who done that.
Okay. Anyway, it was
We
really
kept
good.
everything sanitized.
Yeah, and the good thing about that was delegate comp. First of all, it was me. Second of all, you had to have a mask. Third thing was, if you didn't want to wear a mask, your place in line would be there, but you have to go outside because I had to keep the health department happy too. And all the staff in the building was wonderful. They really were, and not only was it raining outside, but it was you had people out there with walkers, you had people out there with canes, you had people out there with umbrellas, and someone without umbrellas, and it started raining 2 inches per hour shortly after they got inside. The only problem with that was when people drove by, they said, "Hey, there's no line. I'm going to go vote today."
Yeah.
But
it was exciting for me. I was excited that the vote turnout was as high as it was, particularly with the COVID scare and bad weather. I just think it was a remarkable day.
It was. I'll tell you a story, and I don't think you heard it yet, but out there at 41, precinct 41, I was there helping my parents at 85 and 86 years old, and also there was 3 other elderly people that my wife and I got chairs and blankets for so they could stay warm and stuff like that. But right before I started going into the door, there was a 90, I don't think how old she was.
92, wasn't she?
Yeah, 92 or 93-year-old lady with a walker and the small wheels pushing across the gravel. And I was just praying to the Lord that I was going to make it to be able to vote today. And she did. It was pretty neat to see that.
Humbling, it.
It is.
We're really blessed. We're really blessed. And that's why I think we're going to do better with the poll workers. We don't do it for money. None of them do.
Absolutely correct.
And a lot of them are elderly. It's getting harder and harder to get them. And I just think that not that the money's going to motivate them, but anything we can do to compensate people.
Good suggestion.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, Daryl Schul, Chief Deputy of Elections, General Election Recap.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council, and Delegate Kump. I very much appreciate your interest in our poll workers. I just want to give you a quick status where we are. This council needs to certify the election results. We can't do that until the last county has declared. There's still 2 counties yet to declare. Our colleagues in those counties had COVID illness, and it's kept majorities from being able to convene. But they expect to be able to start that process on the 23rd. Once they declare their results, no sooner than 48 hours later, we will certify our results. Paperwork's already on that. We won't be able to tell you when you have to convene until the last county declares, but we'll set that up. On the budget side for the election, as we had budgeted in mid-August and discussed with the council, we purposely overspent on a few areas that were necessary: postage, printing, additional staffing to assist with the absentees, the other added work, and employee overtime. The good news is that we expect to have nearly 50,000 of that reimbursed by the state from all the grants, extended CARES funding, because of the additional work due to COVID brought about additional absentees. In other areas, we did very well. Our poll worker pay came in right at budget. Our advertising costs came in approximately 16,000 under budget. We had a good reimbursement of primary expenses that came in after the start of this fiscal year, and so our supplies budget is strong. So we're ending up in a good, healthy financial position. We'll be submitting the reimbursement request to the state on November 30th for our added costs. We do have some heavy lifting coming up in the coming months. State code says that you cannot have precincts with more than 1,500 people in urban areas in the state. There's some areas where you combine and polling places are within a mile of each other, but we have very few situations where that's the case. Out of our current 66 precincts, 21 of them have between 1,500 and 2,000 people. And those precincts will need to be realigned. 4 precincts have more than 2,000. We had a couple of precincts where more than 1,000 people voted this election. And by law, you can only have so many clerks checking people in at the table. So we had a couple of precincts where 1,200 people voted, and there were 2 clerks to check them in. That's why precincts need to be smaller. And so there'll be some decisions to make. How many precincts do we need to add? We have 17 precincts that are over 1,000, but under the 1,500 cap. For the rate we're growing, they'll need to be addressed in the near future as well. So potentially, we might be adding as many as 35, 40 precincts.
So we could be getting up to 100.
The good news is it means there's fewer people lined up for each election. I have to imagine the 2024 presidential election will be contentious as they have been for the last several. We'll have strong turnouts.
Right.
And we need to, in my opinion, prepare for that in the primary season of 2022, which means we get started in 2021, so that we're ready for 2024. 2021 is also a redistricting year. Berkeley County is likely to receive some additional legislative seats. Census Bureau, though, has said that they're not expecting to be able to release that data in the usual June 2021 timeframe they would. It may be later on, August or September, that census block data is made available for redistricting purposes.
Oh, that makes it a whole lot more fun.
It does, and January is the filing period for office, so there's a very short window for that redistricting process.
It'll make Mr. Wine very happy, won't it?
I don't believe we have the luxury of waiting until August of 2021 to start the precinct realignment. And we're working with the state on the timeline for when we need to begin. I just wanted to plant that for you. And to Mr. Kump's, Delegate Kump's good suggestion for increasing poll worker pay. If we add 35 additional precincts, we're also adding 175 additional poll workers. And so the poll worker budget is going to grow despite what was decided on.
Well, we talked about the voting machines too.
Right.
How many more voting machines are we going to have to add?
And we're working with the state on clarifying some legislative policy that might need to change to give some flexibility. So where we have polling places with 2 or 3 precincts there, we may be able to pool the vote marking machines so that you don't have the situation where one precinct, every machine is packed, and then another precinct has 3 machines sitting there.
So, I mean, our single day payroll could be easily over $120,000.
Easily. It was 70,000.
I hear you. I heard you. You even took the time to call in on your day off that day.
The other heavy lifting that we are already starting to look at is satellite polling, or satellite early voting, so that we have additional locations we can be able to vote.
Which we need to get started on that probably sooner than later.
All of these tasks have long lead times. If we develop new precincts, we need to develop new polling places. We need to educate voters on that. If we change voting machines, we need a long lead time to be able to educate voters on that as well.
Plus we have to, you know, not, like I said, we had 30-some precincts, we gotta find the places to put them, you know? And that's a task sometimes.
And we have some polling places right now that are not adequate for what we're doing within those polling places.
Right.
Find additional places.
So how does the education process for the voters go with that? I mean, do you send everybody everybody that you have, send them something and?
That's right. Now, we'll be going through, over the next couple of months after we get the voter histories from this election, and we'll be going through a cleanup of our voter rolls. Secretary of State estimates we might be cleaning up about 10,000 names from their estimate. And people that haven't voted in the last several election cycles or who have moved out of the county.
Do people even, I mean, they get sent a memo on that too, right?
They do. So everything is driven by letters to voters. Once we clean up the rolls and go through the precinct realignment process, every voter will receive a letter with their new polling place, their new precinct number, a new voter registration card. And potentially that could be 60, 70,000 pieces of mail going out the door. And it takes time to do that.
Okay.
That's the status.
All right, so what about the machines? We looking at this, we briefly, this council said if we're gonna get new machines, that this year would probably be the year to do it.
So we're looking into that. There's one approved vendor in the state for election machines. They have basically 3 types of voting systems, combinations of poll books. We're looking at all of those, talking to their neighboring counties and what they're using. I'll be speaking with Clerk Small over the next couple of weeks to see what direction he wants to give on this process. But I agree, if we're going to go to new technology, we should get started on that as soon as we can, especially if we're adding additional precincts. We don't have a sufficient number of the machines we have to equip those precincts, and the machines we have are no longer in production.
Right.
So, there are some advantages to going to new systems. There's some challenges in it. One of the challenges, like I mentioned, is legislative change that we may need to address. Currently, under state law, every precinct has to have its own distinct set of equipment. Poll books, election machines, ballot boxes. The technology, though, allows us to combine them.
So let me ask you something. In early voting, you can come in and vote from any precinct. One of the things we talked about for years is why can't we have that same thought process during election? To where if I'm working and there's no line here at the Dunn building, and let's say this is a precinct, not for early but regular, rather than voting in 41, I could vote here. Do you ever see that being a possibility?
I think that's a difficult legislative lift.
Okay.
To accomplish.
So
But I can't foresee where we would have separate, a voting center where we have 4 or 5 precincts, separate check-in tables with their own poll books and clerks, but then pooled machines and pooled ballot boxes.
So if we had early voting in 5 different areas, they would still be, like, let's say if we had early voting in 5 areas, would it be anywhere throughout the county for early voting, or would it be, 15 precincts per?
Code treats early voting very differently from election day. So for early voting, any person who's a registered voter in the county could vote at any early voting location.
Okay.
Election day, that's not the case.
Okay. All right.
So can you give the 30-second version of why you think it's a heavy lift to change that, what Doug was talking about, to be able to vote anywhere?
Yes, I can make it in 20 seconds, and that is that, trying to phrase this properly, the ability to segregate and keep that proper in Berkeley County, we have the staffing and the support all involved to make that happen. That level of comfort, I don't think exists in all 55 counties in the state. So I think that's where the problem is. There's some concerns in some areas of the state. Election results could become muddled because of that.
So once again, we're different than the rest of the state, and we have unique problems that the rest of the state does not have.
And I think that it's that pride in making Berkeley County the best that functions so well across all levels of county government. everybody wants to be in the top 5 percentile of the state.
Let's go back to what Mr. Delegate Kump talked about. Pay for our poll workers. Now, early voting poll workers, they were dedicated to probably 12, 15 hours a day. They get paid per day.
We pay early workers by the hour.
Okay.
Because some of them, when is a bus driver needed to be driving the bus for 2 hours during the day.
Right.
We're flexible on that. So we paid them $11 per hour a day, and on average, they worked 10-hour days.
Okay.
So they made $110 a day on average.
Mm-hmm.
Election day, we pay per day, and then we also have what we call rovers, teams of people go out and support the machines in the polling places, and they were paid a flat.
Okay, so, and from what I recall, from somebody that said that the state reimburses us portions of that money, if not all of it.
The state is going to reimburse us for those added costs brought about because of increased absentee balloting and other paperwork because of COVID requirements. In a purely state election, for example, a road bond, that's where the cap on poll worker pay comes in. Code allows the Secretary of State to set a cap on poll worker pay when the state is paying. And they reimburse counties, as I recall, for the road bond election. That isn't the case in a normal election. Normal election is entirely the county budget to pay.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll check into that. We'll probably be making a recommendation here in the near future.
I would think that it may be a good procedure to look at what added costs we'll have from added precincts, because that's going to be an important factor in determining what salaries for poll workers.
Well, we want to make sure, at the same time, we want to make sure that we have enough, the adequate amount of poll workers to make sure our election day goes flawless. So, supply of poll workers this year, how were they?
A third of our poll workers that worked this time were new. They hadn't worked in elections before, and that's because under guidance of the health department, we strongly encouraged individuals who may be at high risk or have any symptoms not to work that day. And this council graciously allowed us to place up to 40 additional poll workers around precincts this election, which we did. So on election day, we were adequately staffed in most precincts. A couple dropped down to 4, and in a couple of cases we had to move people. There's a strong interest out there for people to be poll workers. I think one of the frustrations with the new people, because we couldn't train in person, they didn't have the level of training that they could come with. Hopefully that won't be a restriction.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Daryl?
Thank you all.
Thank you, Daryl.
Thank you.
Daryl, I'd like to emphasize once again, it's an honor to have you part of this team. I met you probably about 8 years ago, maybe a little bit before, and it's been an honor.
Thank you, sir. I very much appreciate it. I can honestly say I've never worked harder over a 3-month period in my life, but I've never had the rewards of the last 3 months also. It's exhausting and exciting.
Well, we're very blessed that you were here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to point out, and I know Daryl will mention it, but one day I sat in my office and I periodically checked the entrance log for the Dunn building. Everything is logged by badge. There was one morning that Daryl was in at 2 a.m. So he worked pretty much through the night. And there were many mornings when I got here at 6:30, 6:45 that his office light was already on, so I knew he was here. So I know that he had some pretty long days and short nights during the general election. So the ESS machines, the election system software machines that we're currently using, 15 years ago was state of the art. And they certainly have served their purpose. One of the wisest things that Mr. Small recommended to the council several years ago is that we buy some surplus machines from another county that was upgrading their equipment, and we actually sent our facilities employees over to that county with a box truck that buy the additional, or bring the additional machines back. We needed some of those machines machines during the election. We had some glitches along the way, so I think it would be because we are the fastest growing county in the state, and we know what demands are going to be in the future. It would certainly be us to look at new voting machines.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Next on our agenda, we have Sheriff Curtis Keller from the tax office with Karen requesting infusion in the budget, which we've been doing this every year. It's the advertising budget.
Yes,
from the Journal, and we keep saying with the economy that's improving, Sheriff, and we told you this the first year you was here, because this is probably the 5th or 6th year that we look for less people, less property going to tax sale, less foreclosures, and all this other stuff, and it hasn't came true. So we are people of our word. Your request, I'm sorry.
Well, the last couple of bills, Karen's got it there. With the budget I have, it's going to put me over 50%. According to state code, I can't. So I'm asking you all to give me the money to.
And I'd like to put on record, this is no fault of yours or Karen's or any tax office employee. This is something that's very tough for us to budget. Right,
and something we're trying to get addressed through legislature.
Absolutely. Our advertising budget last year was over $250,000. Yeah, it's crazy. But anyway, Karen, if you do the honor and tell us what you're looking for.
The actual list that we run in June.
Can you come over to the mic a little bit, please?
Still on personal property. That one runs in May, and that one needs to run $66,000. Then we have to run one for the land sale that runs 3 consecutive weeks. That one, it's running around $33,000, $36,000. And we still have the purchase list that we run in December after we close the land sale. That one, we don't have that one because we won't run it, but last year it cost us $10,201. So actually, to run all 3 of them, we need at least $112,000 in advertising.
And what was your advertising budget started out with?
73. I jumped it up to 90 and all that's at 73.
Right.
Actually, this year it's 1.23.
Well, if you had all. Wait a minute.
Budget.
Hold on. Yeah, it's 123 total. 122. 122, 320.
Right, so what is the amount we're looking for a state budget revision is what I'm asking.
Okay, it's gonna be the last one that we got. 36 is what we're gonna need.
If I may, as you know, West Virginia Code 7778 states that when an elected official is in office, they have to have at least 50% of their budget.
Their total budget.
Total budget remaining. I looked at 404, which is the tax office budget. That'll be fine. 700 will be fine, which is law enforcement. 701, which is service and process, will be fine, and 716, which is animal control, will be fine. As of the end of October, which is 4 months into the fiscal year, 409, which has no salaries, as you know, it's just operating expenses, was at 48.46% of total budget after 4 months. So if you add the 36,343, and there's one pending bill right now that needs to be paid, that will reduce the unencumbered fund balance to $73,156, which would make the budget, even without the 2 months remaining of Sheriff Keller's term, at 87.63%. So just to make it whole, with the 36,343 advertising budget, you have to infuse the budget with 66,169 to get it back to that 50%. That doesn't account for the last 2 months. of the year, so.
But is there gonna be any other advertising in the last 2 months, any other costs?
The last 2 months of this year,
Mhm.
we have purchase list.
Okay, then that's the 10,201.
That's the 10,000, that's what it was last year.
So altogether, and this isn't because of timing issues, because of 50%, right? So all in all, you're talking a minimum of about 80 grand.
About 80,000.
Yeah.
I'd recommend 85.
Uh-huh.
Um,
Okay. All right.
knowing that the last 6 months of the year, fiscal year, Karen will probably have to come back in and we'll have to maybe put some more money in there.
Mhm.
Each ticket, collector has each delinquent ticket has a $20 fee on it.
Right.
And when we collect the taxes, the pub fee is on the delinquent ticket. And those fees only go to general county. So when we give you all your monthly distribution, the pub fees are included in that distribution.
Mhm.
So like the distribution report that I ran from July to November, we've already collected $209,000 just in pub fees.
Right, right. Yeah, it's basically the same thing, front money, because we're gonna get the money back, right? It's just front money, so, yeah, when they redeem it and all that stuff is when we get stuff.
For your real estate, you get all of it when you have the land sale.
Right.
So you won't get any more on real estate. So that's why I ran it from November 10th.
Mhm.
So all of the pub fees that you're gonna get from real estate. But for each personal property ticket that's still delinquent, you're still collecting $20 on each delinquent personal property ticket.
Now Karen, on taxes, I know we advertise in the paper, do we have we have delinquent taxes or anything on our website as well?
It has to be a class 3 ad.
Okay,
you
so
have to run it in the paper.
I know we have to do that, but can we not also post them on the internet? Cause I don't get the paper. I gotta find out if any of my property was sold.
That part of the code still hasn't changed. It still has to be a class 3 legal ad, which is why we still have to run it in the drawer.
But and I think what he's saying is not,
We can
and
do that.
yeah, and can we?
can do that. I
But
see what you're
it's
saying.
not,
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
but
not a
that's-
requirement, but is it possible to go ahead and do that so that it's another service that's being provided? It doesn't necessarily have to be
We're
something.
creating a list and
Yeah.
at least someone, and it don't even have to be, because, and I know in the years past, somebody's coming in a couple days or the day of the sale, aren't they? And redeeming their taxes. So maybe even if it's the day after the sale, you can at least say what was sold and you know.
But actually, that's what your purchasers list. Purchasers list what was sold.
Okay,
And we have to put that as a legal class 3 ad also.
okay.
All of our advertisements have to be legal ad.
Well, you may wanna, we need to advertise when that's gonna be put in the paper, or we go back and post that as well.
Well,
Put it on a
do that
website.
after-
We
well,
can,
Yeah.
That'd be nice, you know.
Yeah, we put that in after the land sales closed, because when they purchase property, they can pay for it. They have to wait for all the checks to clear and then close the land sale.
That'd be great. If we could do that, that would help a lot. That way somebody, you know, I'd hate for somebody's property to get sold and not even know the taxes are
Yeah,
due.
that one also goes in front.
Because it's just that some people have multiple entities.
Oh yeah, and if you don't get the journal, at least if you knew when, you could at least buy one.
Right.
You know, and have it. You
Right.
know,
All right, so Mr. Davis, I guess next week we'll, if the county council wants to move forward with an infusion of $85,000, that would be next week's,
Well, we're doing state budget revision
Today.
6 today.
right?
Well, that will be November, so we'll do, because of the holidays, we'll do one in December. So and we'll make sure that the sheriff is made whole in 409. But that gives us another 3 weeks to look at run out. So that we'll do the December state budget revision the Thursday before Christmas. And I'll come to the council, I'll talk to the sheriff first, and I'll come to the council with a minimum of an $85,000 state budget revision to make 409.
But there's also a pending bill, but there's enough money in to pay that pending bill right now.
Correct.
Yeah, there's enough there.
But there may be some other expenses that
All right.
that $85,000 will put them right now, if they stop spending today, would put them on the cusp of that 50%. So any additional expenses that are for November and December, because this was October control report, any additional expenses incurred in October and or November, December will have to be accounted for also.
So basically, you're wanting to wait until towards the end of the year to make sure we're
Mid-December,
above
like I
50%.
said, the Thursday before Christmas, I'll get with the sheriff and make sure that he agrees with it, and then I'll bring that to the council.
You okay with that, Sheriff?
That's fine, yes.
Okay, all right.
As long as I don't get in trouble.
Won't get in trouble on our side, let's put it that way.
I got a check here for you too. Anthony knows about this.
I heard about it yesterday, Anthony. Anthony and I took a nice little walk yesterday.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. And this check's to the county council, by the way.
Yeah, it's made out of the council. It was in a fund that was supposed to be in.
I mean, that's not a payoff for the sheriff for you doing this whole deal?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Hey, Sheriff, just want to say thank you for your service the last.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you, Curtis.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Sheriff.
All right, next on our agenda is Nick Deal, Executive Director, Eastern West Virginia Regional Airport. Request for additional funding and update on the airport. Good afternoon.
Good morning, Mia. Nick.
Do what? We are going to be, Mr. Davis and I will meet at 12:30. So, all right, Nick, it's always a pleasure to see you. So tell us a little bit why you're here today and
Well,
continue to give us all the good news that you do.
yes, sir. First reason I'm here today is to request the release of some funds that you all had given us pending our ability to be able to close several deals at the airport, which we have.
Not that we lacked your ability, Nick.
I understand.
We didn't doubt it at all.
So we got.
We just wanted to make sure you were incentivized.
Oh, I was definitely incentivized.
Yeah.
We have done that, so now we're requesting an additional $112,000, 162.
Okay. And we spoke about you and your board earlier today about, our vision about that we started about 3 years ago with the airport authority about bridge money, being able to do that bridge money and help make them more sustainable. And the Development Authority has done a wonderful job with that. And I think you're on the next on the horizon for that. We got Solid Waste doing the same thing with Clint Hogman and within Soriga. So, yeah, we made a commitment that we put in a contingency fund for you. That if your vision came to reality, that we would do that. So, Mr. Davis, it's $112,000.
Yes, sir. If the council will recall, when Nick presented his budget for Department 434, they requested $181,162. The council allocated $69,000, and then we placed $112,162 in the account that I labeled 699.3, which was airport contingency, which was earmarked as potential economic development match if needed.
112,000 what?
112,162.
112,162.
And this is not an unbudgeted request. This is in your budget.
Correct. We just put it in contingency. No different than the sheriff just asked for the additional money.
With the two deputies. Well, plus, if you recall,
Right, the new deputies.
two
We put
deputies
forward.
over from contingency several weeks ago,
Sure.
the sheriff's request. So this is a very similar request. It's money that council earmarked for this purpose if needed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's needed.
All right, let's get this out of the way. Need a motion to move money from contingency over to the airport.
112,162.
Yes, sir.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made, second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries.
And that also will be done in your December state budget.
Is that good enough?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you all very, very much for that.
Yes, sir.
Also wanted to give you an update. I'd like to try to do a presentation about using TVs.
You have to talk to,
Yeah, I'm not sure. I wish we could get that sort of note.
Well, I came up this morning and Chase,
Okay.
I said it would be as easy as coming in and, because I'm already linked up with your presentation on that, but, what's the matter?
yes.
That's all I can do.
Patty, can you spin that more to the audience, please? Can you reach it?
That one didn't get together, does it?
That's the best I can do.
I think you might be all right. Well, this is what it looked like before. So, label presentation. Oh, shoot.
While he's trying to get that figured out, though, one thing that we'll continue to brag about with our boards and commissions is the progress that they've made over the short period of time, and the airport authority being one of them by far. Dan, it's your board. Why don't you tell us a little bit of progress that you all made, and just unbelievable timing.
Oh, I mean, where do you start? I mean, we started, not too long ago. The budget when I started on the board was right around the $300,000 mark, and I think we're probably somewhere as close to $2 million now is where we're going to be at. But one of the big things that we've heard for years out there was that the local pilots wanted a self-serve fuel tank, and we were told for years it couldn't happen. And today we have self-serve fuel, which is great for the small guys to be able to fuel their own. And I would bet that the majority of them may only use it once or twice. It's nice to have a truck come and fuel up, but you have that option. You have that, and there's probably some of them that'll use it every time. But to have that, and then the hangar issue, one of the problems that we have had in the past at our airport is we're not able to put big jets inside, and big jets want to be inside. When they come to your airport, if they're going to spend a period of time there, they don't want that multi-million-dollar aircraft sitting on the ramp somewhere where it can be damaged by hail or wind or anything. And now we have that ability to do that. So those things were stopping the airport from growing, if you will. The only way you can get from point A to point B is to have those things, and it takes a while once you have them to get that word out and get them start being utilized. And that's where the bridge money comes in. We have a charter service now that is doing much better than it was when we took it over, and there was a day when it was doing really good, and I can see with Nick's efforts, I can see that in the near future where that charter service continues to grow. We've had conversations about take for example the funding for COVID. There's real small airports in the state of West Virginia that got $100,000, and yet our airport is the biggest in West Virginia. We got $30,000 because of it, and the reason was we don't have a fixed base jet. So we kicked around and talking about the idea, does it make sense to have a jet in that charter service? Because that puts us to that next level of funding that we're going to get back from the FAA and the state or the federal. So
So with the charter service, is that something that someone was interested in chartering the plane? Is that something that has to, it's priced individually per trip, or is it something that you got some numbers out there to give somebody some ballpark numbers?
Yeah, our ballpark numbers are we charge somewhere around $1,500 an hour.
Okay.
To charter the aircraft, and there's some lead time and some time when the aircraft stops again.
Dead time, right?
Yeah. So if it's an hour and a half flight, you're probably still a couple hours or so.
And how many people does it, your charter service can handle?
We can handle 8 at a time.
Okay.
8 at a time, depending on weight. So,
I've
yeah,
been
it's
working-
real
I've
big
been-
people. Then
I've been
it's
working on my weight there today.
There's a substitute for fuel versus baggage versus people versus.
Right.
there's distance you have to travel, yeah, and air, the wind. I mean, all that makes a huge
So in a
difference.
perfect world, it'd be 8.
Correct.
Okay. And I would imagine with the COVID stuff going on right now, that the charter could be, it'd be a great time to do it.
Well, I can tell you. If you guys are all right with this, I'll go ahead and get started because I can't figure out how this thing's working. I texted Gary, but he's very busy right now. So, yeah, I came up here this morning and we had it working beautifully. So I apologize.
That's right.
So I'll give you my slideshow a little later. I can tell you what the pictures are, but it's better when you can see. Oh, hold on. Yeah.
But don't forget, we got a 12:30.
Yep. I'm going to get going. So first, I would like to start by saying I know each of you, not just as council members, but also outside of that. And
If you hand your phone to the gentleman behind you.
So I took it up to on my wall the presentation. I can't find it on there. This morning just came right up. Yeah. All right, so I will go on to say, and I wanted to say this after you approve that additional planning, so I don't think I was sucking up. But I've always been impressed with all of you individually as to what you do in the community and what kind of impact you make, not just as a council member, but as a community member. And I know, a lot of you have been at the airport quite a bit. I've spent many hours. Thank you, sir. I spent many hours with Doug talking about different things, and Dan has spent countless hours at the airport. And this week, Mr. Whitaker spent probably longer than he anticipated doing a huge service to us. We were in quite a pinch, and I cannot tell you enough how appreciative that we are for all of your all support and for your work on our project there. It's really helping us to.
I should have been out there today putting down some asphalt too.
Okay, good deal. That was amazing. We were stressed, and I gave him a call. Said, anybody like, what, I'll do it. So that was fantastic. As you all already know, our airport is the largest airfield in the state of West Virginia. We have more based aircraft than any other airport in the state of West Virginia. We also have more development with regards to number of buildings than any other airport in West Virginia. We have about 100 buildings total on our property. And we had, as an airport authority, we had 5 buildings in 2010, and we have 19 buildings today. So we're, with regards to structures, we're growing in that regard. Our budget now is about 4 times what it was, several years ago. We are continuing to see some nice numbers at the airport. We're the second busiest airport in the state of West Virginia right now. We are in pretty stiff competition with Morgantown. They have quite a bit of activity there as well, and we could be beating them out. And here's why I say some of that. We've got, to give you an idea, In October 2019, we had 2,600 landings and takeoffs. We call them operations. In October 2020, we had 3,700. That's a 41% increase in 1 year. Our fuel sales from October 19 to October 20 in Jet A are up by 164%. Our fuel sales for avgas are up by 58% from October of 19. Our flight school hours are up. They're better than double what they were in 2019. This flight school is brand new. Yeah, Bravo Flight Training is the name of the flight school, and they came in from Maryland. We're the second Part 141 flight school in the state, and we're the only woman-owned flight school in the state of West Virginia as well. Our charter numbers are up by 11%. And so when we talk about charter service, we are seeing increased activity. Now these numbers, our charter numbers are up even though we've had an issue with some trips because our aircraft had a couple of issues and they had to take it out of service for a while. And even with that, our numbers are up. And so we're feeling cautiously optimistic about the future at MRV. We have Shenandoah Tailwheels Adventures they're there now. They do flight training for tail draggers and some other things, in addition to Bravo Flight Training. So they're a good group. And Katerra's finally closed their Route 11 restaurant and moved everything out to Katerra's Crosswinds, and they have been super busy. If y'all been out there, and I know most of you have, sometimes you're waiting for a table of lunch, which is nice. It's nice to see out there. Bowman Trucking now, of course, owns the old Ralph Lauren building. They're in the process of adding 90,000 square feet to that. So that's a welcome addition to our park. Triple S Transport is there now, and we hope that they're going to be growing in the future. So let me show you some photos of what we're.
And let me interrupt just a second.
Okay.
You know, the airport did the exact same thing that this board has done for the airport. The restaurant could not have made it work to be out there, and so the airport did the exact same thing. What we did is we let her start her operation at a minimal amount, just enough to basically pay the bills, and we got her out there for a couple years and are working to the level that we believe she should be at. But we're providing that bridge for her to be able to do what she's done, and it's worked out well.
Yep, it's worked out very.
Sorry for
a lot of times at airports, people, like when we've had this conversation before, flies in just to get a meal, a nice meal.
You're exactly right. As a matter of fact, right this very minute, also thanks to Mr. Whitaker, we have this huge sign up at the peak of our building. It's 30-some feet long.
Oh, yeah.
And it says restaurant open. And we put that up in April. We put that up in April when we saw pilots from the Quad State area looking for somewhere to go. Because in some cases they were laid off from work, in other cases they'd been furloughed or whatever from their job, and they just were out flying. But every single restaurant at these general aviation airports all over the Quad State area were closed, and ours was open. And so when they come in and land, they see that big sign that says restaurant open. And so
You don't put on the rooftop?
well, I would have, but
I wasn't
wasn't
climbing
getting
on
up
the
that
roof.
high.
Backing up on the side of the building. I wasn't getting on the roof.
But I just wanted to point that out because
Yeah.
it's the same thought process that we did out there to make that restaurant to where it is today, and she's doing great.
Yep, I completely agree. It's been a good project, so we're very pleased with that. This is what well, it worked for a minute. It's not,
Nothing like technology.
There you go. Oh, you lost it all.
well, I'm trying to reconnect. All right, so I'll go down my talking points while we're waiting for this thing to reconnect. with regards to future development, what I'm going to show you on the slides, if I ever get them working, if I don't, I'll send them to you. Okay, so, there we go. This is the field as it was in 1922, and that's the first building on the field on the right there. We've actually got the remnants of that in our lobby right now. It's pretty neat. And here's where we are today. These are our administrative offices. They're the old, we call it MRB West. That's the old Tiger Assembly building there. And we have made that into our administrative offices.
So that's where your office is now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep. Here's our conference room. You guys are welcome to use this anytime you need to. We also have another larger conference room in the terminal that you're also always welcome to. Here's some of the construction that we're doing. We got 2 renovation projects going on simultaneously now. Terminal renovation project is almost done. I suspect within the next 3 weeks it will be completed, and we're going to be moving our fixed-based operation from the building that I showed you previously, the old Tiger building, over to the terminal. And that'll be huge for, I think it's going to actually help the restaurant, it'll help us, it'll be more comfortable for pilots coming in, so we're very excited about that.
That's where it should be at.
Yeah, exactly.
Should be at the terminal.
Yeah. Here's just an example of some of our new flooring. What does that look like? And this is an old building. You all might remember this building. It's an old white building that was sitting up on the knoll. The Civil Air Patrol used to use it just for storage. And we have, they are finished using it for storage, and they gave it back to us. We painted it, and we're in the process now of we would like to try to apply for a grant to make a learning center in the back of that for students.
How big a building is it?
It's not that big of a building. The room in the back is probably 12 by 18. But we could easily punch out a window there so you'll have a full view of the airfield. It's up on that knoll so you can see it real clear. So, so we're doing there. This is the parking lot. The parking lot was completely redone also. If you can see in the background of that, there's the that little wooden fence over there is where our garbage is. So we put that up. We repaved the area directly behind where the dumpster is back there. It was not paved before. And we did new seal coating and new lines on the parking lot. This is if any of you, well, Jim, you probably are familiar with these back even 6 months ago. They were filthy. And we had these redone and recalibrated and cleaned thoroughly, so they're ready to go with our new fuel operation. This hangar was built in 1942, I think, during World War II. And the hangar doors were actually the original, authentic hangar doors. And they were made out of tin and wood. And needless to say, that is rotted away, and they were in pretty bad shape. And so we've been able to put new doors on this hangar, and they're finishing that up actually, I think this week on the other side. This is the one side. And so that's one of the things that we've been able to do this year that needed to be done desperately for a very long time. We just didn't have to build it. So we're pleased with that. This is some of our new signage. We're working very hard to brand the airport. And this sign on the left is a bit deceiving. It's, I think it's 18 feet tall and 12 feet wide, to put it in perspective for you. And it's right at the end of the runway, essentially, at the corner of Novak Drive and Route 11. So if you get off the Taylor Station exit, you'll see it when you drive over to the airport. The sign on the right is a sign that it's also new. And we just replaced our old signs with this one. And we have Katerra's on there, and Bravo Flight Training, and Eastern Technical Corporation, which has been at the airport for many, many years. But and I'm going to talk about that again in a minute. But he was so excited with all the happenings at the airport. He wanted to, have his name out there too, so we accommodate him. Here's some more signage. This is our new sign at the FBO. It's already out in front of the terminal. It's on the right, and so that's going to be where folks come in to catch a flight or whatever. Here's our new sign. This little vestibule is still under construction, but we have welcome to MRV. It'll be written at night. pilots will be able to see that first thing when they come in. This is our new AvFuel sign. They said they were gonna. I didn't completely understand what drop ship meant.
You do now, don't you?
Yep, this thing is massive. And it took 2 forklifts and with us trying to balance them to get the thing out of that truck, and then it took a crane to get it up where it is now. It's a huge sign. It's really bright at night. It looks great.
So
we're
you do
excited.
have an enterprise car lease place there.
Correct. We do lease. So if somebody flies in, they have to tell us ahead of time. We'd like to have Enterprise and have a couple of cars out there all the time. That just doesn't happen. So anyway, that's and AvFuel is our new fuel provider. They have the largest. They're the largest fuel provider in the country, and they have a lot of reach. So they've been helping us with some of the marketing, which is another reason why our operations are higher. This is our brand new self-serve pump, and our brand new self-serve pump, as both Dan and Jim know, it's something that our local pilots have asked for many, many years, and we were finally able to do that. It's pretty neat. It's the most high-tech self-serve pump in the region, because all the other ones are older, and this has got new technology, cleaner gas. It's pretty nice. And of course, these kinds of planes are the ones that utilize that. They love to be able just to pop out, get some gas, hit the road, and not wait for our line crew to come fuel them.
Keep in mind, the self-serve pump doesn't make a lot of money in the fuel, but it brings them to the restaurant.
Sure.
It gets them wanting to be located at the airport. I mean, all the services, that's part of that global part that nobody ever took into consideration.
And it frees up our line guys so that if we have larger aircraft that need some support, they don't have to do this thing. So we're excited about that too. We bought some new equipment, and these stairs are a good example of our new equipment.
Thought you bought the jet.
I was going to I started laughing.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a little more money for you guys.
Yeah, I started laughing too.
Yeah, so we got these air stairs, and they worked beautifully when the 157 came back. It's a photo of that. And we also got a baggage handler, which also worked very nicely when the guys came home. So we were glad to be able to utilize those. And here's another one. Here's one of our tugs and one of our charging units. We've got a couple of those now. And all of that helps us to bring in larger aircraft, help us to bring in other folks that typically wouldn't land on our ramp before. That's General Hoyer's helicopter there. And he was very impressed with what he'd seen at the airport, what he'd been hearing about. This is that same Eastern jet you saw people getting off of before, and our guys brought that in. We've got 4 new line guys that are doing a fantastic job. We're actually getting into the cargo business a little bit. This is a cargo jet that came in from Mexico with some auto parts, and they landed at our airport because the load was so heavy they couldn't land at any other airports in the area, so they landed in Martinsburg. And so we were able to sell them some fuel too, which was nice. This is one of the presidential aircraft here. They came in. These people typically did not stop, and now they're actually coming in with a lot more regularity. And of course, there's General Hoyer's helicopter taking off after greeting the troops, and this is another one of the presidential aircraft that I actually stopped and got fuel, which we were as surprised about as anybody because they never stopped.
And lunch.
Yep.
They stopped.
Yep. So it made us very happy to see these kind of folks coming in. We do everything we can to cater to them, to try and encourage them to bring more of their large jet buddies around.
Right.
So we're very happy with that. Some of you might recognize this office on the left here. That old office was Arch Hoxton's office. I think he actually built that, didn't he? That little office area.
Where just put the water line
Yep.
in? Actually, well, Russ Howard put it in.
Oh,
Used to be a Vemco.
Yeah, it used to be a Vemco.
Vemco insurance agency years ago.
Okay, because I knew Arch was in there for a while.
Briefly, yeah.
Okay, and so this was a really old, rundown little office, and one of our new businesses on the field said, "You know what? I'd love to be there. It's got kind of a retro feel anyway." it was a perfect fit for him. And then while another one of our tenants, Jeff Grove, saw everything happening out there, he decided to do a little facelift on his building, and so he's got some new, some new numbers and things inside his building. He had some things painted, and so that's my quick little slideshow. And so we're very, very excited about what's happening at the airport. It's very busy out there right now. There's a lot of projects still going on. We think we're going to have some of these things completed by mid-December. So we certainly invite you out to come see what we're doing anytime you can. We are focusing on developing that industrial park south in Novak. I've been meeting with a couple of site consultants about that already. We are working on getting all of our buildings filled, and we think that we're going to see another one closed in the next 90 days, which we're very excited about because the building has been empty for about 10 years. So we're pretty excited about that as well. We're also going to be freeing up our executive hangar that we purchased, and we're going to be really actively marketing to those large and mid-sized business aircraft owners that are currently in the Beltway and paying a small fortune to just keep their aircraft there. So we think we're gonna be able to get that hangar filled up.
Winchester has captured some of that.
Yes,
business
they have.
too.
Yep.
They're running out of space up there, so the bridge money would definitely help more with a larger hangar and more space. It's without a doubt wouldn't be a bad investment.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. We are working on we're going to work on some legislation issue that's going to help improve the tax climate for aviation-related businesses. I'll fill you in a little more on that as we get closer to it. And we are working to brand our airport as leaders in the aviation industry, not just in West Virginia, but in the entire Quad State region. And so that's where we are today. We would not be here without the support of the Berkeley County Council and without quite a bit of help from some of you individuals. So thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis, you want to go with your presentation, or you want to reschedule it for 2 o'clock?
No, I'd like to speak.
All right, I gotta go, so.
I want to thank Nick for helping out at the state level. We got the grant.
Yeah, he's gonna, well, let him get done a state budget revision, but.
Yeah, this only takes 5 minutes.
Right.
Okay.
The council has before you in your packet, state budget revision number 6. First of all, I want to apologize for how small it is. I know it's not what you're used to. The federal government and the state government's going to a new disbursement system, so that we have a lot of disbursements in the pipeline. We've received notification that we're going to they've been released, but we just haven't gotten it yet. So, having said all that, you'll see that since the last state budget revision, we've had 13 checks in ACHs totaling $152,961. Most of them are pretty routine, family court lease payments, third-party P-card payment, $4,600 records management grant for the circuit clerk. We did receive $2,460 in election cost reimbursement from the state of West Virginia. Some payments for IT services. We continue to bill insurance company for hazmat incidents. When our hazmat team responds to an accident on the interstate, claims reimbursement on a 2004 TARS, which is one of our Sheriff's Department cruisers, $15,000 for the day report center. The biggest revenue source for your attention is at the very top. It's $79,625. If you'll recall, we received a check from the state of West Virginia for $100,000 back in March or April. And at the time they had earmarked it as hero funds. And really what it was for PPEs. So we put that in, we established Fund 28 and we called it our COVID fund. This $79,625 is reimbursement to the general fund from Fund 28. So we've drawn down that fund to slightly under $80,000 or under $20,000 remaining. Most of this, you'll notice if you look in the one supply closet, we just had 10,095 masks delivered. So that should the second surge of COVID occur this winter, we're prepared. We've also been buying sanitizers, some commercial grade gauges for the judicial center, so on and so forth. So we have to disperse all that $100,000 by the end of December, or it goes back to the state. So we're going to make sure that we spend it for those areas that we know that it's qualified for. This $79,625 has been approved by the state, so that's why we decided to move it over. So putting $46.53 in circuit clerk's budget in her supplies and materials, $2,460 in supplies and materials for voters registration. We've been paying for PPEs and some of our other equipment out of the courthouse account, buildings and supplies, line 424. That account actually has a pretty large deficit balance, and I left it run deficit only, knowing that we were gonna put the money back in. So $132,524 in supplies and materials at the courthouse, which is the reimbursements for the PPEs. $68.59 in IT for IT services, $21.26 in emergency services for hazmat, and then the $4,339 in central garage for the repairs to the 2015 Ford Taurus.
Okay. I guess Mr. Barnhart slipped out the side door. Okay, so we need a motion.
Make a motion to accept,
State budget revision.
state budget revision number 6, budget 001.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you. I think Penny's done again. You'll have to convene as the board of assessment.
About 40 minutes.
And then Anthony will be on the line for the 3.
Okay. That's right here. Yep. Okay. What's that? What's that? We're still in this meeting.
Yeah, but I'm gonna call Anthony on the phone so you can call him, get ready to call him for assessment.
We're not gonna do that. We don't do that until 12:15. Oh, I did we? Yeah, you're right. Okay. Well, we have to recess here. Right?
We don't want to recess till this afternoon, actually.
We're just gonna
You're gonna go back in.
We don't recess the meeting and then go into the Board of Appeals
Yes.
and then sign and die that, and then we go back into
I
session.
would just, yeah, maybe we should.
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay, go ahead.
Because we have to decide it out.
Okay, let's see if there's any items from the public. No items from the public. All right, I'll entertain a motion to recess. And
Second.
we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We will be in executives coming back on at 2:00 for an executive session for personnel matters. All those in favor say aye.
Hold on, aye.
Opposed? Okay, we are in recess. Now,
Make a motion to go to the Board of Assessment Appeals.
what's that?
Do we need to make a motion?
I don't think we have to make a motion. How can we make a motion if we don't start the meeting? We just go in.
Yes, to call
We
to
just
order.
call
Okay.
it.
All right,
Call.
thank you.
Call it the reconvening.
See you later, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Yeah.
Let me locked out.
Still meeting?
Yes.
The board review. Well, we're at the assessment appeals now.
Yep.
You
Yep.
missed your recess.
That's all right.
Okay. Penny, we're still on?
Yes.
Okay, so, alright. We are back in the, we are back, yeah, we can. We are back in the Board of Assessment Appeals. Anthony Delgatti is joining us on the phone. Good afternoon, Anthony.
Today.
Good afternoon. I've been watching you guys all morning. You look great on the screen.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're so kind.
If everyone can hear me okay, in your packet there are the 3 orders from the Board of Assessment Appeals and the 3 appeals that we had hearings on last month. We discussed these matters before an executive session about how to handle these cases, and these are the final written orders. At this stage, you could take up a motion to adopt the orders, and then everyone sign them, and they would be entered, and then the losing parties could appeal within 30 days to circuit court.
That's 30 days from today?
30 days from today.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any discussion on the orders you have in front of you? If everybody is in agreement, I'll accept the motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the recommendations of our lawyer for the tax assessments for the 3 properties.
Adopt the order.
Okay, adopt the orders for the 3 properties.
As presented.
Board of Assessment Appeals.
You have to identify the property.
You want us to identify the property?
Do we need to identify the properties, Anthony?
No, the orders do, and I'm going to send out the orders
Okay.
to each of the property owners here this afternoon after they're entered.
Thank you.
Second.
Do we have a motion and a second? Do we have any further discussion? Larry, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No.
No, he doesn't. Okay. Anthony, anything else?
I don't think so.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Is that all you needed us to do, Anthony?
That's all we need to do. We just need to adjourn the Board
Adjourn.
of Assessment Appeals, sine die, and we'll meet next year.
Okay. All right. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn, sign, and dine.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
All right, see you next year.
Yep. We'll see you.
Did I miss it? What happened?
Where?
We adopted the orders.
Thanks, Anthony.
Glad to see you.
Thank you.
All righty, bye-bye.
So Anthony put something together. Will we get a copy of it?
Yes.
Absolutely.
What?
It's all done.
Okay. you want your stuff back here?
I was gonna say, where'd it go? All right, we're back in session. Need a motion to go into executive session for personnel matters.
So move.
Motion been made, second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries. We are in executive session.
glad it's leaving. I'm okay with doing anything.
All right. We're out of executive session. Is there any action being taken?
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Omega as, or enter into a contract with Omega for government relations consulting.
And for the amount?
The $16,000 a year, or $16,000 a month for a 12-month contract, and cap the expenses at $48,000.
Thank you. Got a motion on the floor, got a second. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries 5-0.
When would you like to have the contract effective? December 1st?
I'd say just effective immediately.
Whatever take us.
Right.
Yeah.
Thinking next week.
December 1st. We'll make it effective December 1st.
December 1st.
1 month period that runs from December 1st to
November 30th.
31st.
At 30.
30th.
Sounds good.
All right, Mr.
I moved
Barnard,
to
we are discussed. This will get people